Welcome, folks, to the Bison World Series Game 2 and possibly 3 today. I'm your play-by-play announcer, John Hawkins, here with me, color coordinator, Johnny Knox. And we are set to have an interesting Game 2 today.
Yeah, definitely. Team Mayo, Team Weir going at it, both 1-0. Both were 1-0 yesterday. Team Weir took the win yesterday, so now trying to finish it off today and go home with the Bison World Series W, leading it off the senior Ben Jerome here for Team Weir.
And a ball one to start today's action.
On the mound, freshman Tyler Turner trying to set the tone early for Team Mayo.
And that's in there for the first strike of the day. Team Weir is your away team in the gray, and Team Mayo, who took game one, is in the black.
Other way around, Team Weir took game one.
Team Weir took game one?
Yep.
Ah.
Mayo back against the wall in this one. 2-1 count for Jerome.
They switched jerseys?
Yeah, they switched it up today.
That's what's messing with me.
Switched it up today.
And the count is 3-1 for the first batter of the day.
If you're Team Weir, this is what you want. You want to get ahead of the count early. Already up 3-1 here with one of your better hitters, Ben Jerome. So good situation to be in for Team Weir.
And that just misses for ball four. First runner gets on for Team Weir.
Now another senior, Andrew Croto, coming up. Traditionally been at second base mostly last year, playing shortstop for his team here in the World Series.
And the first, can't really say pick off, but more disengage.
Yeah, just
for the freshman.
Just threw it over there to save, to have another disengage, but slow little pick off over to check on Jerome.
Pitch is outside for ball one. And these two teams were stealing a good amount of bags yesterday, at least attempting to, so this could be why we had an early disengagement from the freshman pitcher.
Definitely trying to slow down the run game.
So that's a little up for ball two.
And this is not where you want to be. Andrew Croto is known for working long at bats, battling deep into counts, and right away 2-0, he's in the driver's seat here in this one.
And even with Croto, you do not want to fall behind 2-0 as that finds the strike zone. But with Croto, he's just such a good hitter that you do not want to stay. You don't want to start behind against him. So another not a disengagement. This time it is a pickoff. That is his second one this at bat. He's got one more as the runner goes. But it is fouled off, so the runner will get sent back.
Yeah, Jerome got a pretty good jump there, but Croto protecting him with that swing, fouls it off, and reset there for Team Weir.
Brings the count to 2-2. As he tries to pick off again. Brings the count to 2-2. After falling behind 2-0, comes back with 2 strikes. That's put in play, but foul. Just barely foul by the first base side.
Yeah, and this is where Croto gets his money's worth fighting off deep into counts. He just battles with 2 strikes constantly.
So the count remains at 2-2 with no outs. Runner on first. Runner is off, a play up the middle. It gets down. And smart play by Jerome as he gets to third. It is first and third with nobody out for Team Weir.
Yeah, and a good piece there by Croto. Jerome running with 2 strikes. Obviously, got to swing the bat with 2 strikes. Good pitch to hit there. Croto ripped it right back up the middle, and Taj Veracruz was there, but got a tough short hop on him. Couldn't really corral it. And Jerome on the move already, just took third after it went off Veracruz's glove.
And that is not an easy play for the shortstop. Runner's off. Fakes it, throws it back to third, but he's safe. So it's now second and third with nobody out, but a strike was thrown on the play.
And that's what Turner needed. He needed to get ahead there. First pitch strike, that's huge for this at-bat.
That's left over the plate, barreled up, but right to the outfielder for the first out, but a run does score, making it 1-0 Team Weir.
Yeah, and I think both teams really will take that. Obviously, Team Weir comes away with a run there, so they're all happy about it. But at the same time, Team Mayo just need to get that first out of the way, and that's what they got with that first pitch.
Now up in the 4 spot is Carl Miller. Had a really good year last year. You saw an improvement with power from him last year, and he is a threat to steal the bag if he gets on.
Definitely, and yesterday plugged a big double out to center field, beat the center fielder in yesterday's game to put Team Weir way up late in that one. Pretty much seal the deal.
Those would be the last 2 runs in a 6-2 ball game. As that's a strike, brings the count to 1-1.
And a courtesy from Turner. They're starting 2 sliders to Miller.
As that's left just a little bit up for a ball. It is 2-1. Carl Miller, also another guy who works the count very well. And like we mentioned a little bit earlier, has sneaky power to him. Improved that last season. Got a lot more extra base hits. As the runner takes off at third and is safe.
Good job there, Croto. He was timing up that steal the entire last at bat and this one, and finally got a good jump and took advantage. And in the meantime, Carl Miller still in the driver's seat ahead of Turner 3-1.
Another tricky situation for Team Mayo. Runner on third with 1 out. 3-1 count to Carl Miller. As the ball gets behind him, that brings in the second run. And it will be Carl Miller, a very dangerous base runner on first base. Just gets by Kyle Burks behind the plate for Team Mayo.
Yeah, not much Burks could really do there. Tough one slider, running away from him. He tried to get in front and just couldn't get the chest on top of that one.
This brings up Tip in the 5-hole. Good check on Miller. Caught leaning a little bit, but still got back in time.
And Tip has been all over a barrel this fall.
Runner's off. Good throw from Burks, but just late. Carl Miller's in there. And a strike was thrown, so once again, it is an 0-1 count with the runner on second.
And a common theme, a lot of high school pitchers when they get to college ball, is the run game and how much different it is in college, and that's something that that Team Weir's taking advantage of here early on with the freshman on the mound for Team Mayo.
That's hit to the right field. Fair ball. Ball's thrown in, and Tip is out at second, but brings in a run to make this a 3-0 ball game, and he got a good piece of that one.
Yeah, definitely ripped down the right field line. Great piece of hitting at a Tip. And Carl Miller came all the way around. Just got hosed trying to take advantage of Brennan Hyde's arm out there, and that's not one you want to try to take advantage of, but does his job, nice base hit, and gets a run in, and now it looks like Team Mayo is going to be making a pitching change early on.
not a bad outing from the freshman. He does get 2 outs in this inning. Inning did slip away from him, caused by a little bit of early trouble with walks and leaving a little bit too much over the middle. But overall, a good day. A good outing for him. He is, like we said, only just a freshman, so there's a lot to learn from this outing.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, he kind of came back, battled there towards the end. Just the walks early on hurt him, and again, the running game as Team Weir was able to run all over him early on in that one. As now Pivacek's going to take over the two-way, another freshman taking over for Team Mayo.
This is our first broadcast of the year. Game 1 was broadcasted without audio due to some technical issues, but we're here in Game 2, back on the mic. Your announcers today are myself, John Hawkins, and Johnny Knox. Team Weir taking control of this game, 3-0 in the top of the first. Still some room left to score, as there was only 2 outs and a runner on second. And Team Weir is up in the series 1-0 in this best of 3. If Team Weir wins this game too, there will be no need for the Game 3 later on, but with Weir getting the bets going, you have to think Mayo's team is also going to have some hot bets coming out today.
Yeah, and this is the guy they're going to be facing at the plate right now. Is pretty sure he's going to be opening this game. Mike Uchi, freshman, normally a catcher, but he's a two-way. Supposed to be getting 1 inning out on the mound to start things up for Team Weir, but here he is getting his first at-bat of the day.
And that's a little outside for ball 1. The first freshman versus freshman matchup of the day. That's in there for strike 1. Comes into the inning with fresh. Nobody on base. 2 outs, just needs 1 out. He throws a beautiful off speed for the strike.
Yeah,
he's now ahead 1-2.
Great pitch from Pivacek there. You know, evened it up 1-1, and then you just come with a banger there. Uchi was not expecting that, and that's why he didn't pull the trigger.
1-2 goes back to an off speed. Batter thinks about it, but ends up taking the pitch. It brings the count to 2-2.
And that slider from Pivacek's pretty good.
Brings the heat and fouls it off, so it is still 2-2. He is not making it easy to get out of this inning for Team Mayo.
Get in the wood.
As another one's fouled off. And it's still 2-2. Not making it easy for Team Mayo to get out of this inning.
Battling. That's how you impress in the fall, especially as a freshman. These types of at-bats.
As that's pieced to short. And Taj makes the play as that ends the top of the first, but Team Weir gets 3 in the top of the first. Team Mayo needing to get a response here in the bottom half. We'll be back shortly after these.
Here we go!
Preseason for me too.
Yeah, you're good. Can you mute on there? Hello, 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 hello. I think it's still going to show up, but it's not actually live. You know what I mean?
Welcome back to the broadcast. As we are now in the bottom first inning with Team Weir up 3-0, and Team Mayo is going to need to get some hits and bring in some runs to stay competitive in this inning.
Yeah, and the top of their lineup is definitely one to be weary of, as Uchi's going to have the work cut out for him here. Anthony Hackard stepping in, the freshman, who has just found his way on base constantly throughout this fall. And then, of course, Brendan Hyde, Will Kleinhens to follow.
As he is aggressive on the first pitch and gets a single.
And a different approach than you've seen from Hackard most of this fall. He works a lot of deep counts and has found his way on base via the walk, especially out of that leadoff spot. That time just tacking that first pitch fastball, line drive up the middle. Good job by Hackard.
Now, if we go back to last season, when the Bison were attacking early and working the count, that's when you saw them go on that big win streak, so it is a good sight to look at the first hitter for Team Mayo being aggressive as the pitcher picks off and he gets back safely.
Even more so seeing it from a freshman, just seeing how he's bought into that thought process, as you talked about, that was so easy to see last year.
As the second batter of the inning is welcomed with strike one. As that's put in play and gets by the third baseman. Team Mayo. And it's bobbled and left. And that allows the runners to advance. So it is second and third for Team Mayo, and this is exactly the start that they needed.
Definitely, and a good job by there. Good job there by both Hacker and Hyde, moving up on the little booble, on the little bobble. And now their team captain, Will Kleinhens, comes up with a chance to dig right into that deficit that they've been putting a hole in early on.
And one swing, and this is now a one-run game. And also one swing, and it could be a tied ball game. But you don't look for that at the plate, hopefully.
Definitely not.
As you take strike one, the count goes to 1-1.
And this game could get real interesting, too. I know Brendan Hyde, Ben Jerome, both teams' first-round picks, are both going to have to leave at some point to get to a later class that they have. So it's going to be an interesting ball game here.
As that's fouled off for strike two. Exactly what the pitcher needs to bounce back. Gets ahead of the count, 2 strikes. As that's put in play, that will score a run. And there is no play. So that is the first run of the ball game for Team Mayo, as it brings the score to 3-1.
And a great job there by Will Kleinhens, just putting the ball in play with 2 strikes, not trying to do too much. Catone, a nice effort over there at third, but, you know, just put it in play, found the right spot. Catone comes up with it, but just didn't have the time to throw out Kleinhens.
And it brings up Kyle Burks, a really good hitter last year, as he squares the bunt and gets it down. So Burks does his job. Gets the runner to second and third. There will be one out, but now a single could possibly tie this game.
Yeah, definitely. And Burks, maybe not the best bunt there. Got it right back to the pitcher, but it gets the job done. Moves both runners up, and now, as you said, one swing of the bat ties it up.
And like I was saying, Burks was a really impressive freshman. Got to start some games last year, and that's the type of game you see from him, is just doing what the team needs him to do. As that's strike one.
We thought we had some technical difficulties there, but no. We're all set.
Brings
At least
the
we
count
think
to
so.
1-1. As that's ripped but foul, bringing the count to 1-2.
Yeah, Charlie Terrera at the dish right now. Freshman third baseman. A lot of high hopes for him this upcoming season. See if he could come up big here in the Bison World Series. Chance to tie it up. Another
just misses, I believe.
Just missed outside with the slider there. Another freshman that shows really good patience at the plate. Finds himself in a lot of 2-strike counts and finds himself working a lot of walks.
And
also a
ripped
barrel.
Up the middle. One run will score. The other rounding. Throw home. Not in time. The game is tied, but the runner is thrown out trying to go to second. And what a start we have in this one.
Yeah, definitely. And just like that, it's all evened up. Will Kleinhen scores all the way from second. A nice barrel there from Charlie Terrera with 2 strikes to tie things up.
And a good throw from Tit to get the runner out at second trying to advance. As that's strike one as we pretty much reset this game.
And now Josh Martell steps up. Trying to, as you said, start things up in this reset for Team Mayo.
Gets the count to 1-1. But it is kind of a reset for the pitcher as well. As the count is now even at 2-1. So that's into right field and for the catch for the inning. But we are tied at 3. Both teams put up 3 in their respective half of the first inning. We'll be back after a little bit. Welcome back to the broadcast here in the top half of the second. Score is tied at 3 apiece, and it brings up Ty Gladue to start the inning for Team Weir. So he takes strike 1. And a good start for Team Mayo's pitching. Gets ahead of the batter 0-1 to start the inning. So that's a little low for ball 1. Brings the count to 1-1. As that is in there for strike 2, bringing the count to 1-2.
Pivacek starting his second inning on the bump here. Oof.
That is the first strikeout of the ball game. And it goes to Team Mayo.
And that's the pitch that got him successful in that last inning, getting out of the jam. That curveball just finding a great spot there on the outer half. Gets Gladue looking.
As there's now 1 out in the top of the second. Leads off the second batter of the inning with the fastball in there for strike 1. That second pitch is up a little high for ball 1, brings the count to 1-1. Bats almost hits the batter on the inside, brings the count to 2-1. Batter just gets out the way. As that's put in play and caught by the second baseman for out number 2. Bit of a slower inning offensively to start the second, but after the plenty of offense in the first, Team Mayo just one out from gaining full momentum going to their at-bats.
Yeah, a good pitch there by Pivacek getting in on Catone.
That pitch is inside for ball 1.
Now Mike Trapman, another freshman, stepping in.
That's a little outside for ball 2.
And toward the bottom of the order here for Pivacek, this is when you want to fill it up. Fill up the zone, save some pitches, and just let your defense work behind you.
2-0 just gets the inside corner. Makes it to 2-1.
That's a pitcher's pitch on 2-0 there, spotting up. Middle in there with the fastball. Real tough pitch to hit. And now what you're looking for, really, 2-0 there for Trapman. So good take, but better pitch.
So that's fouled off and brings the count to 2-2. So 2-2, 2 outs, nobody on for Team Weir. As that's drilled to third and caught by the third baseman. Exactly what Team Mayo wanted from this top half of the inning. And we will be back with you in the bottom half after a couple minutes. Welcome back to the Bison World Series. We're here for the bottom half of the second. The score is still tied at 3, and Team Mayo will be getting their at-bats for the second inning.
All right, Taj Veracruz stepping in, and new pitcher on the bump for Team Weir, Casey Sexton, takes over. Had a stellar summer. He's been pretty lights out so far this fall.
Keith Sexton is a sophomore. Got limited pitching innings last year, but looking to be a mainstay in the bullpen this year. That's just wide. Well, not just wide, but wide for ball 1.
Sexton, a lot of sliders and change-ups. Doesn't throw the hardest, but from his arm slot and the movement on the ball, he's definitely a tough at bat, an uncomfortable at bat.
So 1-0 is fouled off. Fastball to get the count even at 1. Sexton is, as you can see, a lefty thrower, and it's very important in the Bison bullpen to have both some righties and lefties. Sexton going to be fighting for that lefty spot this year. That misses for ball 2, just missed.
Good pitch there, good better take by Veracruz. And as you said, Sexton trying to get a big role in the bullpen, especially after a big void left from Jack Cable after he graduated last year.
So that's just a little bit up, brings the count to 3-1. Falls a little bit behind, but knowing the Bison pitchers from last year, they are one to bounce back and fight through an at-bat. As that just misses inside for ball 4. So Team Mayo starts the bottom half of the second with the runner on first by a walk, Veracruz. And this brings up
Dylan Moran.
Thank you. I was for some reason blanking. Sophomore on sophomore action. Sexton starts the count 1-0. Good slider, looked like.
Yeah, backed up there on him. Good pitch there.
Slider for strike 1.
Moran had just how you want to start a college career. First at bat, rips a home run last year.
That's a little outside for ball 1.
Can't ask for much more, and then didn't get the results he wanted the rest of the way, but definitely showed what he can add to this Bison lineup.
Started last year as a freshman, so working and fighting to keep that spot now in his sophomore year. Sexton attempts to pick off Taj Veracruz.
As Moran had some starts at first base, the other man who saw a lot of time over there, Brad Ellis, who's now back as a coach this year. We're going to have him answering some questions during next half inning.
As that's popped up to right field. And it drops, and it will be runners on first and second. A miscommunication?
Just a misplay out there by Garrett Hurley, the freshman. Not a traditional right fielder, just tried to get the job done, overran it a bit.
So Mayo once again starts the inning with 2 runners on with nobody out. Umpire makes a sweatshirt change. We are back in action. Sexton wanted to get ahead of this count, especially. Shows bunt, but pulls back. It's ball 1. And you see this a lot with Mayo in the offseason, but also in the regular season. You're going to be seeing a lot of sacrifice plays just to get the runner over. And, I mean, that's the small ball way that was incorporated last year with the Bison.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talk about one of his mantras is applying pressure to the other team. That's the prime way to do it. Just put the ball in play, make them make a play, and at worst case scenario, they get an out at first, and you move 2 runners up. All of a sudden, you got 2 in scoring position with just 1 out.
We saw that in the first inning with Kyle Burks sacrificing himself to get runners in second and third. Those runs came in. Both runners take off. And the runner is safe. Strike was thrown. And it is now second and third with nobody out.
And he switched it up there, took off the bunt and double stole. Moran and Veracruz. Bang, bang play over at third. From our angle, I thought he got him, but Veracruz must have pulled a little swim move there to get into third.
As it is now a 1-2 count. And that's strike 3, a good pitch from Casey Sexton. First out and exactly what he needed in this inning.
Yeah, you said a great pitch from Sexton there. Just sorted pivot check on looked like just a fastball up. Surprised him a little bit with that pitch.
As the catcher calls time. It is going to be a mound visit.
B. Back to the top of the lineup, right where Team Mayo wants to be. Hackert stepping in, as we talked about earlier. Loves to work at bats, puts the ball in play real well. Brennan Hyde on deck with what will likely be his last at bat of the day, so he'll have to head to class real soon. Holding out till the very end, trying to get as many at bats as he can for Team Mayo. As Team Mayo looks to break the curse this year. Head coach Team Mayo has not yet won a Fall World Series. He's desperately trying to flip the script this year and potentially his best chance yet. Although I would like to say one of my teams, my freshman year, I was on Team Mayo, and we had probably the worst choke he's had yet in the Bison World Series final.
Both teams looking for their first Bison World Series win, as Mayo's not had one yet, and Team Weir's first season with the Bison World Series.
You're good. B is 40, you're good.
Back in action with one out. Good block by the catcher. Keeps the runners at bay. And it brings the count to 1-0.
Yeah, talk about versatility. This catcher was pitching last inning. Now he's blocking dirt balls to save a run.
That's what this team really likes to have. A bunch of versatile guys that can just get the job done. And as a freshman, he's definitely standing out so far. As that's hit in short right field. And another misplay in right. Goes it to the cut, and that will give Team Mayo the lead, 4-3.
And another misplay, as you said there, and it's going to cost them a run. And now not the guy you want to see, Brennan Hyde, coming to the dish. Former Rookie of the Year. Last year was a first-team All-CCCer in the outfield. Batted over 350 with, I believe it was 8 bombs. So not the guy you want to face at the dish.
No, it is not. First pitch is a fastball wide for ball 1. Casey Sexton seems to be working that outside, or for him would be arm side and inside part of the plate today. It's worked for a couple batters, but as the more experienced batters have gone with it. As that's just put in play just foul. I don't think there was meant for contact there from Hyde, but
yeah, good pitch by Sexton there, tricking one of the better hitters on this team as a whole, probably the best hitter on Team Mayo. Really good pitch.
Brings the count to 1-1. Runner on first and third. As that's over the middle, the third.
Great play by Catone.
As he gets the out at second, a run will score, but what a good play by Mark. Possibly saves it from being second and third if that gets by him, possibly. The ball's not hit too hard. And it is now 2 outs, but a runner on first.
Yeah, a great play by Catone there, saving, just getting an out. I mean, didn't save a run because one still comes across, but now man on first rather than first and second if that one gets through.
The score is now 5-3 Team Mayo. Exactly what they wanted. Shut out Team Weir in the top of the second. Have gotten 2 runs so far in the bottom half of the second. As that is strike 1 on the outside part of the plate, bringing the count to 1-1.
And if you're Team Mayo, you definitely think about putting Hyde in motion here. A guy who, when he's healthy, can run just about as good as anybody else on the field.
As that's a slider over the plate, but caught by the shortstop. That will end the bottom half of the second. The score now 5-3 Team Mayo. Team Weir will try and respond to that in the top half of the third. We'll be back shortly.
And we are back in action here at the Pickle Jar. And we got a guest, Brad Ellis, former Captain Ellis, now Coach Ellis. How's that feel, Brad?
Feels interesting, exciting to be back. Very thankful that Coach Mayo would have me back, even. But yeah, definitely excited.
Definitely excited to have you. Excited to have you here on the broadcast as Pivacek starts up. Freshman Garrett Hurley with a strike there, filling up the count. And what have you seen so far from especially some of the newer guys having around here in Dudley?
I mean, I'm extremely excited. Pivacek's definitely one of those guys right now that looks very good and very exciting to see what he can do in his career. And I mean, not just pitchers, but we also got hitters, position, whether that be infielders, outfielders. I mean, everybody's showing up to play this year, which is great to see.
Yeah, definitely. And Pivacek now the 0-2 elevates a fastball, something that we love to do with an 0-2 count there just to set up the next pitch. But so good execution there from Pivacek. Garrett Hurley, the right fielder for Team Weir. And he's going to K on a nice pitch there from Pivacek as well. So Pivacek now 2 Ks, and he's working. That's his 4th straight out. Getting into a little bit of a groove here. But the top of the lineup coming around is now Andrew Croto steps in after Ben Jerome had to get out of here for class a little bit early. And how's it been so far playing with or coaching with guys that you played with, myself included in that? How's that dynamic so far, you think?
I mean, it's definitely interesting. I mean, it's obviously something that coming in here I knew I was going to have to deal with, and I say deal with loosely because I don't think it will be much of a problem. I think especially people know that definitely during practice, during games, that it's time to get to business, and they know I'm all about getting down to business and getting work done first, and then we can deal with all the other stuff after. But I think definitely everybody knows that business comes first.
Yeah, you joined Team Mayo. How's that curse feeling? You feel like there's a chance to break it this year?
100%. Yesterday, didn't go our way, but it's baseball, and stuff doesn't go your way. So I like it. I like our team a lot. I like how we're lined up today, and for a potential third game, I'm excited to see what happens, but I'm confident, definitely confident.
Yeah, Team Mayo with a 5-3 lead here. Still plenty of time, though, as we're top of the 3rd inning. Freshman here, Pivacek versus Tanko, stepping into the box after a 4-pitch walk to Croto, and he's not going to start this at-bat the way he wants, so the ball out of the gate. Tanko ahead 1-0 here. How's it been working with the coaches that, obviously you were a player under last year, now same kind of question with a different dynamic with them so far?
I think certain aspects are kind of the same when it comes to guys that I've played with. Definitely, like, the coaches know what I'm all about and kind of the kind of person I am. And then kind of seeing the other side of how this program goes, definitely like seeing the logistics side of it, seeing how we got to line stuff up. And, I mean, it's fun, though. It's fun. I think I had a really good relationship with all the coaches while I was a player here. And now that I'm a coach, I think the relationships are just getting closer and closer.
And definitely. Do you think that being a captain last year probably helped, as you had such a big leadership role last year? Team's only captain kind of had to be a very strong leader for the program, and then that kind of helped just easily move into a coach's role?
I think definitely. Kind of like you said, Johnny, there's a lot of stuff that comes with being a captain, as you know. A lot of stuff that goes into it. So I think it definitely kind of slides right in because, like you said, there's obviously a whole lot of leadership that has to do with coaching. So kind of having one full year of doing it in college baseball definitely helps no matter what.
And now Pivacek works back into this count after a mound visit from catcher Kyle Burks. Now 2-2 to Tanko. Interesting to see if Croto's in motion here. He's not. Pitch is going to be down. Good block by Burks to keep Croto still at first base. Now 3-2 count. Still with one out, and now, again, the question is, will he be in motion? What do you think here, Brad?
I like it. Actually, I don't know how much I like it. Down 2, only 1 out. I don't know how much I like it. Let's see what happens.
Well, first week here, I like it with
Here we
Zatanko.
go.
I like it a
Here we
lot,
go.
and that's
Oh.
exactly why he's going to battle for you. That's what I was about to say. That lined up perfectly. Zatanko tends to battle deep into counts. He doesn't go down too easily, and that's why he put him in motion there, because it's a really tough pitch. Croto probably got a good jump, but you don't know if it's going to be strike 3 or not, so Zatanko just fouls it off, and that's why I trusted the steal there. And maybe now you pull it off because they had a pitch to see it, but it'll be interesting to see if they pull that card once more. And they do, and it's going to work pretty well here. Can Zatanko get there? Great play by Todd Veracruz in the hole on the backhand as Croto moving on the pitch. Hackert covered. Veracruz, great play out in right field. And here, we're going to have a switcheroo. Sean Ryan makes his right field debut as Brennan Hyde has to go join Ben Jerome in class. And things are getting interesting here in Dudley, don't they always?
Oh, yeah, stuff's about to get weird. It's about to get Western this year. Quote me on it. It's about to get Western.
And there's no other way. I think this whole coaching staff and most of the team wants it. I mean, I feel like that you come to this program and you expect things to get a little weird.
No doubt. I mean, you even talk to other teams, and over my career playing, I've talked to other players on the teams, kind of getting to know them after playing them for a while. They always say, like, there's something about coming to Nichols College or something about playing Nichols College that it's just, there's a different atmosphere, there's a different vibe, and it's always apparent, which we love it. Us as a coaching staff, we love it, and the players love it.
And other players hate it. I could harp on that. Chris Jenkins, one of the best pitchers in the conference last year for Endicott, who was top 10 ranked, came into here and, well, he let up a walk-off homer in their only conference loss of the season last year to us. And he said it himself, he just hated the atmosphere here. And most guys that come here, especially from schools who might have a little bit of a different type of facilities, a little more professional, come here, and it's definitely a different atmosphere, and it's tough to play in for them.
I mean, even like it's just something that people come here, and they expect one thing, and then we come out and they get a totally different thing, and it just throws them for a loop. And like I said, guys come in here loving it, and once they're part of it, they love it. And I loved it for 4 years, and
loved it enough to be here again.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, we always talk about it. You look at our home-away splits, and it's apparent we have a home field advantage here. I mean, nobody's used to the hops we may get, the terrain in the outfield, even just the way the ball's coming off the mound, sometimes the shadows and other ways that can play into when you're in the batter's box. And that's something that you just grow used to playing here so long. And, again, just a home field advantage at its finest. As Pivacek's going to gather after he bobbles but gets Carl Miller out at first. And Brad Ellis, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast as Team Mayo / Ellis holds a 5-3 lead heading into the bottom of the third inning.
Awesome. Thank you for having me, guys.
Welcome back to the broadcast. Bringing the bottom of the third, 5-3 Team Mayo. Brings up Kyle Burks.
Sexton still on the mound for Team Weir.
C welcomes Burks with a strike one. Burks sacrificed over 2 runners to make it second and third with 1 out in the bottom half of the first. Now looking to get a base hit here to start the inning off. Great for Mayo. That's outside for ball 1.
And Sexton has been mixing real well today. Started with a fastball, tried to locate a changeup there and just lost it outside a little bit. But that's when he is at his best. Changeup sliders, especially on the outer half. And one thing we might be very excited to see this inning is maybe Sean Ryan's first collegiate at bat, as he made his debut out there in right field during that last inning.
That's had his ball 2. Bringing the count to 2-1. Whew. That's a good backdoor slider for strike 2. Like Knox said, Sexton has been pretty good with mixing the pitches in his first outing and has done so far in this inning. That just gets away from him a little bit to bring the count to full at 3-2.
Good job by Burks working all the way to full, and that's what you want out of your leadoff guy. Work full counts, let the guys behind him see a lot of pitches so they can go up there with a plan.
He fouls that one off. Burks, like we mentioned a little bit earlier, started a couple games last year, and this was the type of hitter he was last season. And did this toward the bottom of the lineup, so kind of sparks that bottom of the lineup. Got on a good amount of times by the walk last year, looking to get on base somehow in this at-bat. 3-2 count. And just in for ball 4. As Burks leads off the inning with a walk.
Great job there by Kyle Burks spitting on that pitch. A tough pitch there and a pretty good pitch from Casey Sexton. Good pitch, better take, good baseball all around. But Kyle Burks winds up on first base as a leadoff guy.
Burks stole a couple bases last year, so look to possibly steal a base here. What do you think?
Probably, I wouldn't say right away. You never know, but definitely give the freshman Charlie Terrera here an opportunity to see a few pitches, see if he could drive him in or at least get him over all by himself.
As he takes strike 1. Good fastball by Sexton after the previous at-bat. Throws another one, fouled off, and that brings the count to 0-2. Exactly the count you want to be if you're Sexton after walking the first batter of the inning.
It gets ahead 0-2, and now, you know, potentially an off speed in the dirt would be an idea to put Burks in motion here. He won't. And rightfully so, fastball up is what Sexton went with. Good spot, good spit by Terrera.
Triples up on the fastball to make the count 1-2. Sexton looking to get an out after walking Burks to start the inning. In the dirt, Burks takes off and no throw as the catcher could not get a clean grasp on the ball. And that brings the count to 2-2, and the runner advances a second.
Yeah, and this is where Charlie Terrera just needs to do his job, put it in play, get Burks over to third with less than 2 outs for the next guy, Josh Martell.
And knowing Team Mayo, this might be where... Never mind, I immediately take that back. I was going to say a bunt, but there's 2 strikes. So that's drilled down the third base line, but foul.
A good fight off there by Terrera. Obviously looking for some outer half, just slap it to the right side, and that does a job. Sexton came in, and he fouled it off.
Sexton trying to battle back, trying to find the pitch that puts this batter away. Count is still 2-2. Slider hangs a little bit. Fouled out of play.
Another good fight off there. Terrera getting his money's worth this time, not going down easily.
Good off-speed pitch. Fastball has been most of this at bat for Sexton. Tried to mix it up a little bit, go with slider, caught just a little bit too much of the plate. But count remains at 2-2.
Ooh.
The backdoor slider just misses to bring the count back to full. And what an at bat this freshman is having.
Yeah, what a pitch there, too, by Sexton. I mean, that's been his money pitch all outing. Just missed off the plate there.
As
Good
that's
job.
popped up to second base and drops as might have lost it in the sun. And it is now first and second with nobody out.
Yeah, tough one there as Gladue, second baseman, went out to take it. And as you said, maybe lost it in the sun, maybe some miscommunication with the right fielder. But it fell. We'll hear first and second, nobody out.
Sexton in his second inning of work, guys. We are going to get a mound visit. He's looked really good in Game 2 of the Bison World Series. What do you think, Johnny?
He has. He's been filling it up, doing a good job. As looks like this is going to be the end of the road for him, but a pretty good job there from Sexton. Can't complain too much about that outing. Just got a little bit unlucky. And at the end of the day, sometimes you can't control that stuff.
We are back. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we are back. Team Weir making a pitcher change.
And this is the guy that they wanted on the mound, Sal Deanna, taking over. Dealt with some injury last year, but was going to be one of the go-to guys out of the pen. Unfortunately, stepped on a baseball. Had a big-time ankle injury and really just couldn't get back to full speed last year. But he's come back this fall, ready to roll. And in a big spot here for Team Weir, trying to keep it to just a 2-run deficit.
Runners on first and second, nobody out. Showing bunt. And a disengage to check the runners.
And that's the only one you get. NCAA rules, you get one disengage without a pickoff. The rest you have to pick off.
The score is 5-3. Timeout was called. Runners on first and second showed bunt, but disengage. Shows bunt again, but takes for ball one. Showing bunt again. Gets it down. Throw over to third, gets him. And that is the first out of this inning.
And a great job there. And as Coach Mayo's yelling across, you got a slash there. You see the guys crashing hard and openings up the middle. That's when you want to slash it up the middle for an easy base hit. But just a nice play there by the defense. 1 out, same situation, first and second, Saldiana.
So it brings up Taj Vera Cruz. Takes ball 1.
Sal with a chance to get out of it with just a ground ball now. Double play will do the trick. Ooh.
He takes a close ball too. Taj Vera Cruz walked in his last at bat. Runners on first and second, 1 out. On deck is Dylan Moran.
Last thing you want to do is walk right now. You don't have the empty base. You want to fill it up. Just like that, let them make a mistake.
As that's put in play to center field. Catch is made, runner tags.
Wow!
And a good throw. Gets the runner out, doubles him up, and that gets Team Weir out of the inning.
And just like that, right on cue, a double play can get you out. One swing of the bat, Carl Miller with a great throw from right center field shoots Charlie Thorera at third.
Keeps the score at 5-3. We'll be back after a couple minutes. Welcome back to the broadcast. We're here in the top of the 4th inning. Team Mayo up 5-3. Nobody scored in either inning last inning for the first time this game, as he leads with strike number 1.
Yeah, good pitch there against Jacob Tipton. The first baseman for Team Weir, again, been all over a barrel. Had a nice RBI down the right field line his last at bat. Woo!
As that is popped up high and caught by Moran at first for the first out of this 4th inning.
And on a day when everything seemed tricky up in the air, maybe some wind up there, and Moran called that right off the bat. Something that was worked on quite a bit at practice yesterday, the infield pop-ups, and up to the task there was Dylan Moran. And Pivacek here on in his 3rd inning and final inning of work, as that's the rules in this Bison World Series, only 3 innings per pitcher.
First pitch just inside. Kind of froze the batter a bit. Thought it was going to hit him, but it was a curveball. Didn't catch the plate and remains 1-0.
Yeah, Pivacek's hook has been on point. Started Uchi out, and there's another one as that one finds his own.
So that's just a slight adjustment from that first pitch is what he did at that second pitch and made it into strike number 1.
Mike Uchi at the ditch.
So that's fouled off, and exactly what Team Mayo wants here. Ahead of another batter, 1-2.
Uchi started on the mound for Team Weir. Now he's been catching the last few innings. And a great fight off there from Uchi.
A good pitch, and just a great protection from the batter. Remains 1-2, but a really good pitch, but an even better protection swing from the batter. So that fastball high, 2-2. Maybe just trying to blow it by him a little bit too much.
At the same time, a purpose pitch there from Pivacek, raising the eyesights of Uchi. And if I were behind the dish, you go curb. There he is!
Sean makes the catch.
The
for
debut.
The second out.
The debut of Sean Ryan. You heard everyone once they noticed who was out there kind of hold their breath for a second, but Sean Ryan, not one bit, as he was right under that, made the catch. And that's going to be it for Adam Pivacek. Great outing out of the freshman.
We're back. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but we're back. The pitching change was made, so did not miss much.
So now Josh Martell takes over. Pivacek moves out to left field. Will Kleinheim's to center.
Very aggressive swinging at the first pitch for strike 1, fouls it off.
Ty Gladu at the dish right now. First at bat. Ground ball to Veracruz, 6-3, put out. Ooh, good pitch there from Martell.
As that is the second strike. And Godieu is swinging in this at bat. 0-2. Good idea, but just off the plate. Brings it to a 1-2 count.
Oh, wow.
As that is a strikeout. And that ends the inning. Team Mayo still up 5-3, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the broadcast. Team Mayo up in the bottom of the fourth. Score is 5-3.
Dylan Moran leading it off for Team Mayo against Saldiana. Battle of the roommates here.
So that's in it for strike one.
Nice pitch there from Sal, locating on the outer half with the slider to start up Moran.
Goes to a similar pitch, but more outside for ball one. Good eye by Dylan Moran.
Sal came in that last inning, got 3 outs on just 2 batters, collecting a double play with the help of his center fielder, Carl Miller.
Puts it up in play up the middle. Makes the play at short. And gets the out. Very close play.
And nice play by Croto. Great play by Jacob Tipton over there at first, getting up, catching it, and coming back down on the bag just to beat Moran down the line.
Very close play. Beat by what looks like about half a step from here. But nonetheless, there's one out in the bottom of the fourth.
Now the guy who just shoved on the mound, Aiden Pivacek up.
And another aggressive batter fouls it off for strike one. You've been seeing that a lot from the Bison today, looking to get ahead and get the bats going early. As there's a 0-1 count. Saying he went, so it is an 0-2 count. Not where you want to be if you're the batter.
Good pitch there from Sal, backing up that first pitch. Low fastball with a slider in the dirt. Good tunneling there by Deanna. Gets the chase.
The 0-2 goes for a fastball on the outside corner, misses, and brings the count to 1-2.
Ooh, good pitch, good spit.
Brings the count to 2-2. Spits on a ball in the dirt.
That's the same pitch that he had Pivacek chase earlier in the count. Tried to go back to it there.
2-2. 2-2 is another off speed in the dirt. Brings the count to a full count. And a good battle from the freshman.
Good job by Pivacek working all the way back, as we said. Was down 0-2 early in the count. Didn't look to have the best approach, chasing a slider in the dirt, and all the way back now 3-2. Great pitch.
And first team strikeout for Team Weir. Third strikeout of the day in total for Bison pitchers. That brings the second out of the inning. No? Miscalculation. There's 5 strikeouts on the day.
And second for Team Weir.
Sorry for the delay. We technical difficulties once again. Missed 2 singles, so it is first and second. Brings up Kyle Burks.
Hacker dropped a little jam shot over to right field, and then Klein hands a solid line drive right over the second baseman's head. Now Kyle Burke steps in.
Fastball high and in. Brings the count to 2-0. As Burks fouls that one off, bringing the count to 2-1. A good fast challenge fastball from the pitcher.
Deanna just cut it in half there, said, "I dare to hit it." Burks, a good hack, just fouled it straight back. Good pitch there from Deanna, spotting up there low and away with the fastball.
Brings it strike 2. Brings a 2-2 count. Two.
Another spot.
Strike 3. That is the third strikeout for Team Weir. And that will ends the bottom half of the fourth. We will be back in a little bit. Welcome back to the broadcast here on the top of the 5th. Team Weir looking to get on the scoreboard this inning as they are starting to run out of time. Still have a little bit of time left, but starting to get toward the end of this second game.
Yeah, just a 7-inning game, so as you said, starting to run out of time here. Top of the 5th as strike one to Marcatone there from Martel.
So that's low for ball one. Mark popped up to second in his last at bat. Looking to get a hit to lead off the inning for Team Weir.
Bottom 3 in the order here for Team Weir as Martel just wants to attack and try to limit the pitch count as Sean Ryan goes flying into the woods. Excited a ball went in his direction, especially from one of his boys, Marcatone, at the dish.
Ball's foul, so it brings the count to an 0-2.
1-2, I believe, here.
Yeah, my bad, 1-2.
Good pitch. Better foul off by Catone.
Really good to stay with the pitch and foul it off. There's a pitcher's pitch right there. And a good foul and good control of the bat by Mark to foul that one off. That's put in play on the ground to second. And that is out number 1. As strike one, the 0-1 count, and a dirt for ball one.
Trapman lined out to third last time. Torero was able to snag it just before it hit the ground.
The 1-1 is in there for a strike. A good high fastball for strike number 2. That's popped up.
Again, Moran, good job calling it right off the bat. He wanted the ball that time. Goes and gets it.
That is for out number 2. As that ball is in the dirt for ball 1. 2 outs for Team Weir. Trying to get something started. That's fouled back for 1-1.
Oh, good pitch there from Martel, locating that changeup blown away. Now 1-2.
Team Mayo looking to get out of the inning right here. And that's strike 3. Exactly what they wanted. A 1-2-3 inning for Team Weir, and we'll be back to see the bottom half of the 5th. Team Mayo's at bats in a couple minutes. Welcome back to the broadcast. To the bottom half of the fifth. Team Mayo up 5-3, now getting their at-bats in the fifth. As you take strike one. 1 for 2 today at the plate with the single. As he takes a pitch low for ball one. Brings count to 1-1. That one's fouled off. The 1-2.
Nucci's been getting eaten alive all year. Gets another one there. Hey, Shawnee.
A brief injury timeout. Catcher got hit down low. But we are back in action. A foul ball brings the count to 1-2. That's a ball in the dirt. 2-2. A good fight from the freshman once again. Brings the count to 2-2. As that's inside for ball 3, and it brings the count to another full count.
And again, Charlie Terrera finds himself in these 2 strike counts constantly. Does a good job battling, finding his way on base via walk.
Fouls it off. Still full. The 3-2. On the ground to shortstop. Throws it over. Throw is wide, but a tag by Tip on the runner. And that is the first out of the inning.
Jacob Tipton has made now 2 really nice plays over there at first base as Croto had to get rid of that one quickly. Throw took Tip off the bag, but he applied the quick tag and got the runner out at first as now the pitcher Martell steps in to face Deanna. First pitch is going to be just a bit upstairs with the fastball. Fastball up to 86 there from Deanna.
That's put in play right back too short. Croto makes the throw, and a good pick by Tip. And that's the second out of the inning.
Pretty much the same play for Croto, and Tip does his job once more. Now Taj comes to the dish.
And he greets Taj with a strike one.
Sal's been good with that, locating that first pitch slider. A lot of guys not expecting it early in the count. Just gets a little get me over for strike one.
As a good fastball, just misses high for 1-1, but a good blending of the pitches so far this inning.
Gandiana had dealt with an injury a bit last year. Was in a boot most of the year and has been pretty good so far. And he gets a 1-2-3 inning there with a fly out to Carl Miller to end it.
So another scoreless inning for both teams. Team Mayo still up 5-3. We are entering the last 2 innings of Game 2. Team Weir has 6 outs remaining to get this game tied or put some runs on the board. We'll be back with the top half of the 6th in a bit. Welcome back to the broadcast. We are at the top of the 6th. Team Weir up to bat with 6 out remaining in this game to get 2 runs. Very doable.
Andrew Croto at the dish.
First pitch is put in play to right field. And he makes the catch for out number 1.
Every time it goes out there, Sean Ryan's up to the task.
One out in the inning. Team Weir running out of time. As they do take ball 1 to start the second batter of this inning. As that's put in play. Deep left field. But caught for the second out of this inning. And that's the farthest hit ball we've seen today, but unfortunately right to a glove. And it is the second out of the top of the 6th.
Yeah, Zatanko got that ball pretty good. Fastball low and in. Got his hands there. Just maybe got under it just a little bit, and Pivacek was able to track it down a couple feet shy of the fence.
First pitch is a ball. Outside, just missed. Brings the count to 1-0.
Carl Miller has been playing a great center field today.
Made an impressive catch in the second. That's hit deep. Gets in the gap. Just thrown in. But Carl Miller gets a double with 2 outs to keep Team Weir in this game. Single will most definitely score Carl from second as it brings up Tip. And he's been hot in the Bison World Series. I don't think you'd rather have any other hitter at the plate right now.
Yeah, Tipton's he's been on a barrel. Not even just in the World Series, but all fall. His guy, Carl Miller, over on second base with big double yesterday, big double here. And Team Weir looking to cut into that deficit with a knock from Tipton right here.
First pitch is low and gets behind Burks. That moves Miller up to third. But with 2 outs, doesn't really make too much of a difference, as a base hit would most likely score Miller anyways.
Just opens opportunity, another wild pitch, maybe an error. And Carl Miller will be up standing at home plate.
The 1-0. Inside, just off the plate for ball 2, and that's what Carl Miller does to opposing teams when he's on base. Even with 2 outs, he's still in the pitcher's head. As that's inside for ball 3, 3-0 count. Count getting away from the pitcher here.
And getting the bat into Uchi's hands on deck could be huge for Tipton. Also the tying run.
As get me over fastball is in there for strike 1. Brings the count to 3-1. Gonna need to start being a little bit more picky with that at bat. Tip was waiting for his pitch. Didn't get it, but 3-1 looks, and that he draws a walk. So the tying run is on first with 2 outs. And it brings up Uchi.
And Mike Uchi coming to the dish. 0 for 2 on the day. 6-3 put out and a fly out to right. Again, started the game on the mound. Now trying to come up big with the stick here.
Has put the ball in play, so that's something you like to see if you're Team Weir. As a good first pitch from Team Mayo gets strike 1. The best thing you could do right now is just put the ball in play. I mean, it's nice if you could put it in the gap, but you got to make sure that that ball is at least in play to score at least Carl Miller. A really good curve just inside for ball 1. Brings the count to 1-1. That's put in play in the right. And that gets down. So I'll bring the score to 5-4. Tip stays at second. But it is now first and second with 2 outs and in a 5-4 ball game.
How about that? A nice little 2-out rally from Team Weir as Tipton comes up with the big knock there to right field. Martell's going to be done for the day after that one.
And they're going to be making a pitching change to face Ty Gladue.
Coming in from right field, Sean Ryan.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of a Phillies game a couple of years ago where they had extras and the pitcher went to the outfield and then came back in the pitch. It's kind of what this is reminding me of.
As Ryan's going to take over here, one of the premier bullpen arms on this Bison roster. Had a lot of outings last year, a couple of spot starts and a couple long relief appearances. When he's in the zone, he could be as dominant a pitcher as this roster has. Going to face Ty Gladue coming in 0 for 2 with 2 punchies on the day.
But he's not going to come in with an easy goal, ties this game perhaps.
Yeah, definitely a big situation here, as you said, first and second. Towards the bottom of this Team Weir order. So he just, again, wants to fill it up, let them make their own mistakes, and let the defense play for him.
Tip is on second base. Uchi on at first. Blue just waiting to get into the box as the pitcher warm-ups are almost over. And there's a pinch runner, Brennan Medivere, will be running at second instead of Tip. So it puts some more speed at second, where a single definitely scores the run here.
Yeah, Medivere, X2A, came in as a middle infielder and a pitcher. About halfway through last year, transferred over to just pitching. And plans to have a big role this year on the mound, but right now is a big role on the base pass over at second base.
And even though he is still just a pitcher, he does have very good speed. So a single should score a run here if you're Team Weir. 2 outs in the inning, first and second. Side Gladu 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. But looking to be clutch in this at-bat and possibly tie the game.
Hey, Gladu again, 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, but definitely due here in this at-bat. Again, it's one of the better pitchers on the Bison roster, definitely on Team Mayo and Sean Ryan.
And the first pitch is an outside off-speed for ball 1.
And that's the pitch when Sean Ryan is on that slider. When he's able to spot that up, he's as good as a pitcher as you're going to find in the conference.
1-0. That's put in play up the middle.
What a play!
What a play! A run-saving play as Team Mayo, after that play, stays on top 5-4. Now going to be in the bottom half of the 6th. But what a play to keep this game from being tied. Bottom of the 6th coming up. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the broadcast here. At the bottom of the 6th, Team Weir put up 1 in the top half of the 6th to limit this score to 5-4, but Team Mayo still on top. Up to the bat, Dylan Moran to lead off this inning.
It's Critchley taking over on the mound for Team Weir. Trying to hold it to just a 1-run deficit and give his team a shot in the 7th to tie it up or take the lead.
First pitch fastball. Popped up on the right side, but foul.
Moran's been seeing a lot of first pitch off speed there. Finally got an opportunity with the fastball. Maybe surprised him, was a little behind that one.
The 0-1. A good off speed. Backdoor for strike number 2. Brings the count to 0-2.
Good pitch there from Critchley getting ahead 0-2.
And foul tip to the glove for strike 3. Just what Team Weir needs to start this inning. As quick out number 1.
Yeah, and Critchley, good sequence there. Fastball, curveball, fastball. Gets Dylan Moran swinging, tipping it, but Mike Ucci behind the dish was able to hold on for out number 3.
And another first pitch fastball in there for strike number 1. Good movement on that fastball. Went away from the batter. That one's just a little high. Brings it to 1-1. The 1-1. That's a little low for ball 2. Two one. Drops the curve in there for strike number 2. Brings the count to 2-2. Batter did not expect the off speed. And a ball in the dirt brings the count to full. Three two. Pitch is on the way.
Ooh.
And he works the walk. A good at bat from the freshman. Tried to get him to bite on the curveball in the dirt, did not. And Team Mayo will have a runner on first with 1 out.
Yeah, and a good take there by Pivacek. Really tough pitch from Critchley. That curveball he located so well early in the count. Just dropped that one just below the zone, and Pivacek able to spit on it.
First pitch is in the dirt for ball 1.
Top of the order here for Team Mayo. This is when you really can't afford the freebies and the walks against Hackard, who just made a fantastic play to end that last inning and save the game-tying run.
Takes another pitch in the dirt. Thought about swinging, but holds back. It is 2-0. And this is also apparently a battle of the roommates, as we saw one in the last inning. As that's another ball in the dirt for ball 3.
This is what Critchley just needs to cut it in half, get a strike over just to get that feeling going again. Find a rhythm. You can't afford any free walks here against the top of this Team Mayo lineup.
As that's in there for strike 1. And just count to 3-1, but still behind. Count in favor of the batter, and you do not want to walk this guy to make it first and second. And that's ball 4. Another pitch in the dirt. Good block by the catcher. But it is first and second for Team Mayo with 1 out.
Yeah, and in a way, you're almost lucky here. This would be when Brennan Hyde would be coming to the dish. Will Klein ends as the trade-off, which isn't much better as he's been all over Barrel today as well.
Kleinant's up in a big spot. Runners on in first and second. Single could drive in a run here. As takes it up and away for ball one.
Kleinhans coming in 2 for 3. This one out was also a line drive right at the shortstop, Andrew Croto. He's been all over a barrel today.
That's just away off the plate for ball number 2. Trying to get that fastball in that outside corner, but cannot hit it. The 2-0. Off speed in there, but out of play. Brings the count to 2-1.
An interesting decision there from Bill Kleinhans, as that curveball may have been down. Critchley's been struggling to get in the zone. Might have chased there on a 2-0, but good swing out of him. Fouls it straight back, and still in driver's seat of a 2-1 count, where Critchley has to come attack.
Like Knox says, attacks them and brings the count to 2-2 on that off speed on the outside part of the plate. Lions now going to have to protect the plate here at a 2-2 count. As that's another fastball outside, brings the count to full. And you do not want bases loaded.
Good pitch, better take there from Kleinhans.
Kyle Burks on deck. 3-2 count with one out. Runners on first and second. And that is another walk. 3 straight walks. Loads the bases up, and it will bring up Kyle Burks.
Burks.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
0 for 1 with a sacrifice and a walk. Backwards K in his last at bat.
Each at bat he has been working the count, except for the sac bunt where he got it down on the second pitch, but nonetheless did his job. And he is looking to do another job here and give some insurance runs to Team Mayo here.
And the message there from Team Weir, or Coach Weir, likely just relax, fill it up, make them earn it. 1 out, still 1 pitch away if you get a ground ball, possible double play ball, but Critchley's got to get back in the zone, as now walks are going to end up costing him a run.
Double play not going to be easy, as Burks, although he's a catcher, has some speed to him. First pitch. Down in the dirt for ball 1. A good start if you're Burks. Not a good start if you're the pitcher. Fastball low and away for ball 2. Big hitter's friendly count here. Gonna need to attack the batter. Try and get a strike. As that's also low and away, brings the count to 3-0.
Yeah, and you're taking all the way here if you're Kyle Burks. Might have been taking on that last pitch, too. Again, a walk does the job with an RBI. That could be huge for Team Mayo. Pull away a little bit here in the bottom of the 6th.
Hits the corner low and away for strike 1. Brings it to a 3-run count. Still a hitter-friendly count. And possibly seeing a fastball here. You do, and it's now brings the count to 3-2, and a swing and a miss.
Big pitch here from Critchley and Burks.
3-2 count, bases loaded. That is put in play.
Does a job.
Caught by the left fielder, runner tagging at third. No throw, and then Kyle Burks with another sac hit. This time a sac fly to bring in the run, and the score is now 6-4, Team Mayo.
Yeah, and a great job there by Burks. Sac fly was up in the count 3-0. Looked like potential walk-in for a run, but instead has to battle. Gets to a 3-2 count and does his job, puts in play, and gets a sac fly, a big run across for Team Mayo. 6-4 lead.
Strike one as he swings and misses at the first pitch fastball. If you're Team Weir, you take that. You get an out. It does sacrifice a run. There are better options, but at least you get the out and only are 1 out away from getting out of this inning. A good eye and ball in the dirt. 1-1. Good curveball. Batter did not chase.
It's not Torreira coming in 1 for 3. Reach on an error. Single in the first. Reach on an error his second at bat, and then a ground ball to Croto, who put him away in his last at bat.
Ad is popped up. Shortstop calls him off, and that makes the catch. An insurance run for Team Mayo. Team Mayo looks to close out Game 2 and push this game to Game 3. We'll be back with the top half of the 7th after this. Welcome back to the broadcast. Final 3 outs in Game 2 for Team Weir. Down 2, 6-4. As that is in there for ball 1.
And what you're looking for here, bottom 3 of the lineup for Team Weir, somebody get on base. Get to the top of your lineup. Andrew Croto, Aaron Zatanko, Carl Miller. Get them an opportunity.
Brings the count to 1-1. That ball's put in play and caught by Dylan Moran at first. What a defensive game he's had in this game. Stunner right at Dylan Moran, and that's out number 1. A big first out for Team Mayo.
Yeah, and a good swing from Catone there. Saw 2 sliders. Finally got a fastball and a little bit of a grunt from Sean Ryan, but he was all over it.
Has a good first pitch. An off speed for strike 1.
I said it when he first came in. When that slider, when that curveball's on and in the zone, he's dominant.
It's a good idea from Sean. An outside slider. Possibly looking to get him to chase. 1-1. And the ball for now, a 2-1 count. just outside. Brings the count to 3-1. Team Weir needs a runner on. They are down by 2 after the insurance run on a sac fly from Kyle Burks last inning. The ball is put in play up the middle. Gathered and makes the play for the second out. A good play by Taj gets the second out of this inning. And Team Weir are down to their final out of this ball game.
Garrett Hurley stepping in over 2 with 2 Ks. Sean Ryan trying to finish up the day, get a save, and force a game 3.
Fouls off the first pitch on a inside slider. Brings the count to 0-1. Team Mayo just needs one more out to force a game 3. Gets ahead 0-2 on a fastball. Blows it by the batter.
Can Sean Ryan get the final couple outs here? Team Mayo trying to break the curse.
That ball is put in play. Will get down, and this game continues. Tying run coming to the plate. And a good at-bat from the freshman.
Yeah, great job there by Garrett Hurley. He felt Sean Ryan was a little bit amped up and just tried to blow him away. Hurley was up to the task, and now give your guys a chance. Andrew Croto, one of the premier guys in this lineup, gets an opportunity.
And this is the batter you want up to the plate in this moment. He's really good at getting on and making contact. That Team Weir is going to need this to stay in this game. So he fouls off the first pitch. Fastball blown by.
Good job working ahead from Sean Ryan a lot this inning. First pitch strike, so important when you're on the mound. Does a good job there to start Croto with it.
Something the Bison did well last year was getting ahead of batters in that win streak. He's done it so far 0-1. That's 0-2. Another 0-2 count with 2 outs. He just needs one more strike to force game 3.
There's that slider again. When he's able to spot it up, he's just so good with that pitch.
The 0-2. Tried to get him biting on that slider. 1-2. Good idea. Brings the count to 1-2.
Croto, another guy, loves it with 2 strikes, battles constantly in the dish. Good takeoff there.
And Sean thought that was strike 3. An outside fastball. That brings it to count to 2-2.
And Sean has to be able to put that pitch behind him and go attack on the next one. Can't let that pitch dictate the rest of the AB. Good foul off by Croto there on a nasty slider. Croto's been playing a pretty good shortstop today as well. Made a couple of plays in the hole with the help of his first baseman, Jacob Tipton.
Both shortstops in game 2 have been outstanding defensively. The 0-2.
That's fair ball.
Put in play, and it is fair. And this game is interesting. Runner on first and second. The tying run now at first base. And there are 2 down still.
As you said, getting interesting here now. The freshman Aaron Zatanko stepping in. He's 0 for 2. Had a sack fly back in the first.
Sean gets ahead of this batter again. 3 straight 0-1 counts. And all it takes is 1 out to win this ball game. The 0-1. Blown by for strike 2. Another 0-2 count for Sean.
And that slider is just tough to hit.
First pitch slider, second pitch fastball. It could really go anything here. Goes the slider away. Another good pitch. Brings the count to 1-2.
Tanko chokes up on the bat a little bit with 2 strikes.
1-2. Goes back to that outside slider. Another ball to outside. Brings the count to another 2-2 count. He's having trouble putting these hitters away. Team Weir fighting till the very last moment in this game.
If you're a Tanko, you got to be thinking just stay on that fastball. Seeing 4 sliders in this at bat. Yeah, just stay on time for that fastball and adjust to the slider or the curveball here.
Batter tries to get in his head, calls time. Run the 2-2 count again. And that's strike 3. Team Mayo takes game 2 and forces a game 3 by a final score of 6-4.
Backs up that slider there, and all slider at bat to the freshman's at Tanko. And again, when it's on, it's nasty as he spotted up that one on the inside corner. And we're going to roll right into game 3 here. I'll be back hopefully towards the later half, but I got to go swing it a little bit. Give it over to John Hawkins.
That is it for game number 2. Team Mayo ties the series at 1 apiece. Commentary will be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the broadcast. We are here for game 3. Series tied at 2 apiece. Team Mayo will be the away team batting first. Team Weir will be home in the gray. A tough battle in the last game. This is going to be an interesting game. And first bat put in play to Mark at third, and he makes the play.
Good play from Catone there. Solid contact from Anthony Hackett, the leadoff hitter. Good baseball all around.
Johnny Knox might be back later, but joining me as color commentator is Donnie. How's it going, Donnie?
It's good, man. It's good. Beautiful day out here at the Bison Dome. Good day for baseball, especially 2 games.
Very good day. An interesting game 1 if you missed it. Team Mayo tied the series up at 1 apiece, winning 6-4. We're here in game 3 to decide the winner of the Bison World Series. This is count goes to 2-0. That's in there for strike 1. Both coaches of each team looking for their first ever Bison World Series victory. That's in there for strike 2. Coach Mayo has been here a lot longer than Coach Weir. Mayo has been winless in the World Series as that is fouled off.
Yeah, Coach Max Weir, one of our brand new assistant coaches, has the title of associate head coach. Coming in replacing former Bison himself, Kyle Bouchard, who is now at Gordon College. So shout out to Coach Kyle Bouchard.
Count will remain at 2-2. Atta just walking off the pain as he got fouled off into his own shin. Count remains at 2-2. 1 down. That ball is put in play, or the right field makes the play for the second out of this inning.
Tough sun out there. The whole right side of the diamond, usually covered by sun around this time.
That's in for strike number 1. So that's put in play up the middle. Makes the play. Croto makes the play. And that's out number 3. A quick inning for Team Mayo. Inning you want for Team Weir as they have a bounce back inning from last game. We'll be back with you shortly for the bottom half of the first. Welcome back for the bottom half of the first. First pitch swinging and lined out to Taj at short. And a very quick out number 1 for Team Weir.
Leadoff hitter Croto looking for that inside fastball. He got it, just missed it off. Looked like the inside of the barrel. Solid contact, good play from Taj Veracruz.
second pitch of the inning. In there for strike number 1. A good off-speed inside pitch. Caught him off guard a little bit, and it is 0-1. And tries to go back. Blow the fastball by him. Fouls it off, and it is now an 0-2 count quickly. Team Mayo is attacking these hitters this inning. One pitch in the first at bat. He's 0-2 now. And he said he went. That is strike 3, the first strikeout of this game. And it is out number 2.
Yeah, good 0-2 from Sean Ryan there. Got exactly what he needed. Pitched down and away. Got him to bite at it. Looking to get the third for a clean inning here.
Brings up the third hitter, Carl Miller. As he first pitch swinging, and it gets under the third baseman for a hit. A 2-out hit for Carl Miller. Now we're going to have to worry about him on base. And it brings up Tip, who also had a great game number 2.
Yeah, Miller will run, so be careful of a mini hit and run here.
Pickoff attempt, smart by Sean. Just checks on Miller.
See how aggressive Coach Weir is here with 2 outs. Does he send Carl Miller maybe a potential hit and run?
First pitch to Tip. Runner is off. A good throw by Burks, but Carl just gets under the tag. Throw might have beat him, but he is safe. Runner on second with 2 outs, and the first threat of this game goes to Team Weir. Count is 1-0. That's over the middle, and that will get down. It'll score Carl Miller. Throw to the cutoff man, and Team Weir leads this game 1-0, getting the bats going early.
Good piece of hitting from Jacob Tipton right there. Got an 0-0 slider. Looked like he just hung up a little bit. Able to fight it. Put it in the center field. Team Weir takes a 1-0 lead early.
Like we mentioned right before his at bat, Tip has been an excellent hitter for the Bison World Series this year. He's been hot this fall, continuing it in the Bison World Series, and he puts his team up 1-0. That's fouled away. Foul towards the dugout. Thankfully, nobody is hit. And that will get the count to 0-1. Early swinging here for Team Weir. Want a fastball high and in, brings the count to 1-1.
That was probably the message that Coach Weir sent to his team was get aggressive, be aggressive early in counts. You already seen this guy at the end of game 1 build off of it and go into game 2 swinging the bats.
1-1. Slider away for ball 2. Count is 2-1. The 2-1. In there. In play. And that is out number 3, but not before Team Weir goes up 1-0. We will be back with you at the top of the second in just a short bit. Welcome back to the broadcast here for the top of the second inning. Team Weir up 1-0 after a single by Tip to bring in Carl Miller. Team Mayo going to have to try and get something going in this inning to stay in the game. And up at bat is Taj Veracruz. Made a good play in the bottom half of the first. Liner right at him. Now he's at bat trying to spark something for Team Mayo. And takes strike one. And an 0-2 count. Ball appeared a little inside, but called for strike two. Taj down 0-2. Got him swinging for the third out. Third strike, sorry, for the first out. That brings up Kyle Burks.
Good 0-2 slider from Pat Sawyer there, right where he wanted it, right in the dirt. Good 0-2 execution.
Burks fouls off the first pitch going after it on an inside fastball. Brings count to 0-1. Takes the ball inside and brings count to 1-1. A good eye from Kyle Burks. Burks is not an easy out. He has a good eye and he has good control of the bat. Takes that one off the plate for ball two. Brushed off the plate a little bit inside. It brings count to 3-1.
Like you said, Kyle Burks, one of the best eyes on the team, has excellent plate discipline, knows the strike zone very well.
Fouls that one off. An inside looked like slider. Backdoor slider. And the count is now full at 3-2. And called strike three.
Looked like a good changeup from Pat Sawyer there. That's definitely his best pitch, changeup.
There's now 2 outs in the inning. 2 strikeouts for Pat Sawyer. That starts the next batter with the ball inside. 1-2 is also inside. Bringing the count to 2-0. The 2-0. Put him. Hit him in the box, so it is just going to be a foul ball. We're just count to 2-1. Sawyer rarely falls behind in the count. It's now even the count here at 2-1. And just falls a little behind 3-1. Slider away. On deck is Dylan Moran. He's been a big hitter and big defensively for game 2. 3-1. Batter thought was ball 4, but now brings the count to full at 3-2. And strike 3. Sawyer strikes out the side. That's perfect inning for Patrick Sawyer. Strikes out the side. Team Weir stays on top through 1-0. And we'll be back with the bottom of half of the second in a little bit. Welcome back to the broadcast here at the bottom half of the second. Ty Gladu going to lead off for Team Weir. Sean's still on the mound. From part of game toward the end of game 2, started game 3. Face Gladu to start the bottom half of the second. Just a bit inside.
Sean Ryan wanted that pitch. Good spot in the inner half. Good take from Ty Gladu.
Gladu struck out twice and had a ground out in the last game as he is ahead of the count 2-0. That is ball 3. Gladu stays in front of the count 3-0. Sean is going to have to battle back. And he starts it with strike 1 down the middle. Needed to get that one across. 3-1, also a fastball down the middle for 3-2.
Yeah,
And the count is now full.
Back-to-back fastballs from Sean Ryan. We'll see what he goes with here on 3-2.
Goes with the slider. Strike 3. That is a good way to start for Team Mayo.
Yeah, that's how you do it right there. You start off 3-0. You pummel him with 2 fastballs. Hit him with the slider. Keeping him guessing a little bit. Good job from Sean Ryan.
Mark now stepping up to the plate with 1 out. Takes the first pitch slider for strike 1, a good front door slider.
Yeah, these two have had a couple of good battles going all the way back to 2 years ago when they were both freshmen.
The 0-1. That's hit hard at second. Makes the stop for the second out. There, 2 away.
Packer, we played 3 outs in college.
We'll be making a pitching change as per Bison World Series rule. Sean has to come out, hit the out limit, and in will be Witt. Sophomore pitcher started a couple games last year, came out of the pen a couple games last year. Didn't have exactly the start he wanted to his baseball career, but he hasn't put in some work over the summer, and we expect to seeing him over this season for the Bison.
Absolutely pitched in a couple very important conference games last year, making a couple starts against Suffolk. When we went to Boston to play Suffolk, pitched very well for a freshman in those games.
A big frame from Witt. One of the taller guys on the team. It's where he throws hard as well. And they're going to need him here, as they are behind by 1 in the bottom half of the second. Going to need him to go a decent bit. Witt's problem last year was leaving too much over the middle. So let's see what he does today. It's just started. Yeah, Rangers are up 2-0.
Glass now is pitching to the Marines too. He's getting his ass kicked.
We're all set to start again. Pitcher warm-ups are done. Witt's first pitch. There's a fastball in there for strike one. Second pitch blows by, another fastball. This time inside, brings the count to 0-2. That is chopped foul. Close play, but just foul. Count remains 0-2.
Yeah, up 0-2 right now. We'll see if Wick gets something, gives him something to chase. Maybe something way out of the zone. Maybe a slider, change up, something like that. See what happens.
Back to the fastball, strikes him out. That ends the inning. Team Weir up 1-0. And we'll be right back at the bottom half of the third shortly after this. Welcome back to the broadcast. Here at the top half of the third, Dylan Moran leads this inning off for Team Mayo. He's had a pretty good day, especially defensively for Team Mayo today for Game 2. Looking to carry that over here in Game 3. Strike one to Moran. Not sure if Moran agrees with that one, but nonetheless the count is 1-1. Fouls it off for the second strike, bringing the count to 1-2. The 1-2, strike three. First out of the inning goes a strikeout looking on the outside corner.
I went with a fastball. I was wondering if Moran thought he would go slider. Got the fastball. Good pitch from Pat Sawyer.
Starts off the second batter with strike one as well. And he is up on the count 2-0. 0-2. Two early strikes. Sawyer is in control. Strike three is fifth straight strikeout. That is the second out of the third inning.
Another really good changeup from Pat Sawyer. When that changeup's on, nobody will be able to touch that thing. Proving it here in game 2.
Takes ball one, a good eye from the batter. Popped up on the left side. Caught by the left fielder. And back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for Team Mayo. Patrick Sawyer working his way through this lineup. We'll be back with you in the bottom half of the third in a bit. Welcome back to the broadcast. We are here in Team Weir's at bats in the bottom half of the third. Team Weir up 1-0 in a close game 3. Witt returns to the mound, and he looks to continue the dominance he had in the last inning.
It's a good start
He
right
takes
there.
strike one.
It's a good start with the fastball right there.
Wait for the half inning and If you want, you can, but you'd have to hold it until I get over there. You just have to hold it until I get over there. Count is 1-2. Witt getting ahead of this batter. Fouls it off. Count remains at 1-2. Freshman battling here, battled in game 2, battling in game 3 as well. Witt with a good idea of off speed in the dirt, brings the count to 2-2. Had a pitch to waste. Another foul ball. 2-2. The freshman keeps fighting. Change up in the dirt, brings the count full to 3-2.
Yeah, good idea with the changeup. There's another one who loves the changeup in addition to Pat Sawyer. It's a good weapon for Aiden Witten to have.
As that one's put in the play on the right side, caught by Dylan Moran for the first out of this bottom half of the third.
Both teams getting better. One adding Ben Jerome, one adding Brennan Hyde.
They return to their lineups after having class and missing the later half of game 2. He's welcomed by a first pitch fastball in there for strike 1. And a pitch right down the middle freezes him for 0-2. Ball just misses. So 1-2 count. Witt still in control. Bounces that changeup in the dirt. 2-2. Put in play to third. Stopped, makes the throw, and that's the second out of this inning. Brings up Croto with 2 outs, and he takes strike 1. Outside, Witt's working quick. That's just the type of pitcher he is. Likes to work quick. Pitches quick.
No pitch clock violations in his future.
Not even close. Gets the ball out within usually at least like 5 seconds at most. A little bit slower with this one. 2-1. Got him swinging on the off speed. Looked like a
Good
slider.
Really good slider.
Brings the count to 2s each.
So he got him to bite on that slider in the dirt. I'm curious to see if he goes back to it. Does he blow him away with the fastball?
Blows him by a fastball. Witt works through this inning, a 1-2-3 inning. Team Mayo keeping Team Weir in check. Team Weir still up 1-0. We'll be back for the top half of the 4th shortly. Welcome back to the broadcast. We're here at the top half of the 4th. Team Mayo's team down by 1. Pitching change for Team Weir. And Hyde back in the at-bat after class. Be greeted with the fastball inside for strike 1.
Very lively arm, Brandon Mediver. Sophomore from New Hampshire.
almost hits the batter off speed.
Spent the past summer playing in the Futures League of New England for the Nashville Silver Knights, along with several other teammates in that same Futures League.
Some mound visit after that slider. Count goes to 1-1. Ball is down 2-1. Inside 3-1, and I did not look too pleased about that pitch. Hitters friendly count 3-1. 3 straight balls. Popped up out of play. Brings count to full 3-2. Another foul ball out of play. This time the first base side. Full count once again. Say he went around for strike 3, first out. The top half of the 4th.
Looked like a little sweeping slider there. Maybe Brendan Hyde wasn't expecting it. Maybe sitting on the fastball. Anyways, good pitch from Medivir.
Tried to check his swing, but went around. So it is a first out for Team Mayo on the top of the 4th. First pitch a little low for ball 1.
Have ourselves a little pitching duel here. The first 3 innings.
Fastball outside, called strike 1. Brings count to 1-1. Ball put in play and gets in for a single. Good start for Team Mayo. Gets a runner on early. Brings up the freshman Charlie, third baseman. Made a good play last inning. He's created by a pitch right down the middle for strike 1.
A good hard slider from Brandon Medivir starting at the inside against Tarara, just curving right towards the middle of the plate. Good pitch.
That ball is put in play to right field. Having trouble with the sun, makes the catch for out number 2.
And back to the slider. Tarara was ready for it. Put it in play. Good play from Carl Miller, battling the bad sun out there.
Brings up Taj Veracruz with 2 outs for Team Mayo. Trying to jumpstart Team Mayo. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Count is 0-1. Runner on first with 2 outs. Taj trying to get something to put in play. Almost wears it. Fastball high and in. Brings count to 1-1. One fouled off into the dugout.
Medivir going with the pitch that he's confident in. Fastball hasn't really been there location-wise. Going with the slider, it's been there. That's done him good this inning.
Brings the count to 1-2. Time is called. Trying to reset his hitter's mindset. Pitch. The 1-2 pitch. Low and away for ball 2. Brings count to 2-2. And strike 3. Called strike 3. That ends the top half of the 4th. Team Weir still up 1-0. We'll be back with the bottom half shortly after this. Welcome back to the broadcast here at the bottom half of the 4th. Team Weir up 1-0. And a pitcher's duel in this one. Witt still on the mound. And starts the inning off with the strike. Ball put in play to short. Taj, quick throw. Gets behind. The runner will not advance.
That ball's hit a little too deep in the holes, kind of like that in between third and short. Sadango with a good 90.
Lead off runner on base for Team Weir. Brings up Carl Miller.
We would assume they'd let Carl Miller hit, but you never know. They may play small ball, bunt him over, get that insurance run early on. Probably won't happen, but we'll see. Never know.
Carl swinging out the first pitch. And it is 0-1. Carl Miller, a speedy guy with some power. He takes the second strike on the outside corner. It's now 0-2.
That's something he's gone from back-to-back batters. It starts him off with an off-speed and then a fastball. Changing levels and location. Good job from Aiden Witten. Showing that arsenal.
Witt mainly throwing fastballs last inning. Starts with mostly off-speeds in this one. As there's the fastball blown by for strike 3. First out of this inning. And it brings up Tip, who drove in so far the only run of this game on an RBI single back in the bottom of the 1st.
Good off-speed hitters. Jacob Tipton got a slider last time from Sean Ryan, put into center field. We'll see how Aiden Witten manages him this at bat.
Goes for an inside slider. Out at second, out at first, double play, and Team Mayo gets out of the inning. Score stays at 1-0. And Team Mayo try and get the bats going in the top half of the 5th. Time starting to run out on them. We'll be back after a short bit. Welcome back. Top half of the fifth. Leading off for Team Mayo is Kyle Burks. One of the best eye on this team. Struck out looking on a questionable call in his last at bat. Looking to swing the bat early and fouls it off for 0-1.
As we mentioned, the Bison well represented in the Futures League. Kyle Burks playing for the Westfield Starfires for the entirety of the summer.
Looks at a fastball down in the dirt. 1-1. Burks, one of the most patient hitter on this team. And he gets a pitch over the middle. Barrels it up to second, but unfortunately right at him for out number 1. Almost hits the batter again, 1-0. Brandon Mediver, he's one of the most wild pitchers on the staff, but he is one of the most hardest throwing pitchers. That's fouled off for 1-1.
Yeah, he's got really good command. He's a really good arm. He's very useful arm.
Pitcher's duel continues in this one. So that's an inside fastball for 2-1. Only one total run coming in the bottom half of the first. Everything else has been has been scoreless. Misses down low for 3-1. It's very important that this runner gets on for Team Mayo with on deck Dylan Moran behind him. And he gets on, the ball gets by, but there's a walk for which lets Dylan Moran bat with a runner on first and 1 out. Dylan Moran has very good power in his bat. When he makes contact, it is normally hit hard, and he's going to be looking to drive one in the gap here, possibly tie this game up. First pitch slider away, misses for ball 1. Coach calls time and motions Moran over. You saw Kyle Burks talking to him while he was on deck. You think he noticed anything about the pitcher, or you think he's just trying to give him some advice?
I would think that he noticed something about the pitcher. Kyle Burks, one who catches Brandon Medevere a lot, probably saw something in the way he was delivering the ball.
Dylan Moran ahead of the count 1-0, looking to at least get a better opportunity to tie this game up. 1-0 Team Weir. Drives it up the middle. A tough play, and no throw is going to be happening. First and second with 1 out on the error at second base. This is exactly what Team Mayo needs. Only 1 out, and now a single might score the run at second. Brandon Medevere in some trouble. He misses for ball 1. Been a little bit rough this inning. Has been a little bit wild. Has not been as locked in as he was last inning.
Kind of a tale of two pitchers here between first and second innings. Like you mentioned, a good fastball right there.
Fouls off the fastball on the check swing, brings the count to 1-1. Brandon Medevere really likes that fastball in, but it gets away from him a good amount of the time, as we've been seeing in this inning. Slider just needs something to find the zone here. And the fastball does so on the outside part of the plate, brings the count to 1-2. Medevere needs the second out to get a lot less pressure of the situation. The ball gets away. Runners will move up to second and third. Like we said, a fastball inside just gets away from the catcher, and a single possibly scores 2.
That could be the break that Team Mayo needed here in this 1-0 game. Haven't really gotten anything going offensively. This has been the best inning for them so far. See if they can capitalize on it with only 1 out.
All he needs is a hit to the right side of the field, and that may bring in a run to home. Now that the pass ball has brought the runners to second and third.
Team Weir is going to bring the infield in, looking to look that runner back.
And that's right down the middle for strike 3. A big need for Medevere. 2 outs, but now runners on second and third for the freshman.
Nasty, nasty slide. I don't think Pivacek was expecting that. Thing started at his hip. Next thing you know, he's walking back to the dugout. 2 outs now for Medevere.
Take strike 1. The batter does not agree. Batter took off from third, is in a pickle. Ball almost gets away. Still going. And the batter is out. They get out of the inning. Tim Mayo's team that's caught in a base running situation and no runs come across of the threat is still 1-0. And we'll get back to you with the bottom half of the 5th in a little bit.
It's like it's swollen shut.
Welcome back to the broadcast. Game is still 1-0 after a base running blunder from Team Mayo. Need a 0 here. Witt still on the mound, facing Team Weir's hitters. And first pitch is a fastball for strike one. Follows up the 0-1 with the fastball in. Misses off the plate, 1-1. Hopped it up. And a good play by Dylan Moran. Dylan Moran having a defensive showing in this day. Game 2 and 3 has been great defensively, and that's out number 1 of the bottom half of the 5th.
That's a good play from Moran, showing the range that he's got, a little over the shoulder catches, and he's as easy as people may think it is. Good job from Moran right there.
Brings up Ty Gladue for the second batter of this out of the 5th. He's first pitch swinging, fouls it off out of play. And it's strike one. Witt likes to get ahead of the batters. He's done so today. Just a little bit high for ball one. That ball's put in play. And what a play by the left fielder. Makes the diving catch. And they're 2 down.
Great play from grad student Willie Kleinens, going all out Superman like he normally does.
And it will bring up Mark, but there was a pitching change as Witt has also hit the outs. And we'll be back with you when we resume play. Welcome back to the broadcast. Pitcher warm-ups just finished up. Mark now going to be up to the plate with 2 outs, welcoming the new pitcher.
Freshman Monitz Witten. So Witten to Witten here from Tim Mayo. Ashton Monitz Witten.
First pitch swinging. That's left over the middle. And that gets into the gap behind the runners. The fielders. What a throw. But it's safe. A 2-out double from Mark. And that leads some opening for some insurance runs for Team Weir. Good 2-out hitting. Very aggressive. Left the pitch over the middle and he went with it to the gap. Is it a 2-out double with 2 outs? Pitch missed up, but not what you like to see to start this. A lot of the pitches, first two pitches, are hanging breakers to start this freshman's outing in the Bison World Series. Another hanging breaking pitch, but it's down the middle for strike one. No swing. A good pitch. Curveball breaks back into the plate. Brings the count to 1-1.
Yeah, going right back to it shows confidence that he still has that pitch to get over the plate. Another one right there.
Goes
Three
right back
straight.
to it a little bit lower for strike two. Sorry for cutting you off. Count is 1-2. What else do you know about this freshman pitcher?
A fastball, curveball, changeup. Iverson will mix it up a little bit. There's a fastball right there down the middle for strike three. Good job from Montetuit and the freshman.
Exactly what Team Mayo needed to get out of this inning. Hopefully their bats can spark like it was in the last inning, as they have 2 more innings to get 1 run. We'll be back with you in the top half of the 6th after a little bit. Welcome back to the broadcast here at the top of the 6th. Team Mayo down, trailing by 1 to Team Weir, and looking to get some offense in this one to keep their odds alive.
Trying to build off that base running blunder they had last inning.
First pitch is a strike. Fastball blows by him.
Good chance. First 2 guys getting on. Less than 2 outs. Looking to get that back.
Good eye from the freshman. 1-1. On an off speed in the dirt. Looking to get on any way he can. Try and spark Team Mayo's momentum. The inside fastball checked his swing for a 2-1 count. Two on left on the outside, 3-1, a hitter's count. Once again, falling behind is Team Weir's pitching staff.
Let's see what Medvedev just shook off 2 pitches. See if he goes to the slider here. Looked like a fastball.
Fastball right by him. Brings the count full. Any way on is
Has
what the
confidence.
Team Mayo was looking for.
Has confidence in that off speed. See if he uses it. There it is.
On the ground, the second. Makes the play out number 1. Team Mayo is down to their 5 outs to try and get a run. And this brings up Brandon Hyde. Brandon Hyde's not afraid to swing for his pitch, and that's what he does. gets under it into right field, makes the catch, and Team Mayo is down to 4 outs.
Just under that fastball is Brandon High. Good swing.
Starts the next batter with a strike, fastball right down the middle. Well, Kleinant's now in. Takes the slider outside, smart. Then it is 1-1. Kleinant's another guy on this team that has a good eye, so not going to be an easy outing for Medivir as he misses with a fastball up. Another 2-1 count. Count goes to even. And he trusts that off speed on the 2-1 and goes 2-2, a pitcher count.
Slider's been his best pitch all afternoon. Fastball's been there. Slider's just been a little bit better.
The 2-2. Put in play to second. Makes a bobble. And no throw, and Team Mayo stays alive. Team Mayo still alive. And the top of the 6th is still going. This is a 1-run ball game, so any error could hurt either team. See if it does in this inning. Medivir starts. Ball 1. Ball gets away. And the runner is now in scoring position. A single may score the runner and tie this game up.
Biggest at bat of the game for both teams right here.
Infielders shifting to guard the lines. That gives a little bit more gap in between each player. First and second, third and short. The gap in between. Fouls him off in the box. He's got to walk it off a little bit. Brings the count to 1-1. Big at bat here. This at bat could determine the result of the Bison World Series. Top of the 6th. 2 outs. Runner on second. The 1-1 count. Defense guarding the line, just trying not to get anything past them down the line. That's hit into the gap. It gets down, and this game will be tied. Team Mayo strikes in the top of the 6th. The error comes back to hurt Team Weir. And it is a 1-1 game. RBI single. And this game is tied, and it gets even more intense than it has before. Team Mayo's offense has been rolling the past 2 innings. And this game tied. Taj Vera Cruz comes up with 2 outs and a runner on first. Misses down low. The error by second is the run that scored, so it will be an unearned run for Brandon Medivir. As Taj gets a single in this inning, stays alive. Another runner on the second. Taj with the single, and it brings up Kyle Burks.
Exactly what you want to do if you're Taj Vera Cruz. Get this in Kyle Burks. See if you can put one in play first and second. Good situation to get that run home. Maybe potential pass ball, get him over, something like that. As Coach Weir takes a trip to the mound.
The error coming back to haunt Coach Weir. And should be out of the inning. But the error leads the opportunity for an RBI single. And it ties this game up. Team Mayo and Team Weir tied at 1. Just a mound visit Trying to calm the pitcher down. No pitching changes made. Pitchers are warming up in the pen. And Kyle Burks with the chance to give Team Mayo the first lead of the game. And a chance for them to close it out if a run comes in. The inside fastball missed for 1-0. Big opportunity for Kyle Burks, sophomore catcher. Was one of the best eyes in the game. Fastball blown by, brings the count to 1-1.
Good eye
Another
right
inside
there.
fastball backs up Burks from the plate, bringing the count to 2-1.
Tried to work him inside this whole bat. Kyle Burks not have it.
Burks fouls it off. It's a 2-2 count. And it doesn't get more intense than this. 2-2. 2 outs, 2 runners on base, 1 runner in scoring position. Tie ball game. Two. Put in play. Up the middle. And there is no play. Bases will be loaded. A mental error from Ty Gladue. The bases are loaded, and Team Mayo gets another chance to put a run on the board.
Can this be the year that the curse is broken?
First pitch is a ball, and that's not the way you want to get started if you're the pitcher. Ball 1, bases loaded. The count is 1-0. Popped up, out of play, and it brings the count to 1-1. A big opportunity here for Team Mayo to get the lead late. They have the runners in scoring position. A single could score 2. They tied the game this top half of the inning after an error on the Ty Gladue. 1-1 count with bases loaded. Ball is in the dirt. A good block by the catcher prevents the run from scoring.
Yeah, Michaelucci, a huge block right there, saving at least 1 run. Good take from Martell as well.
That is hit to right field and caught. They get out of the jam, but the score is tied. This game is reset. The score is 1-1 going to the bottom of the 6th. We will be right back with you shortly.
We apologize. We're having some technical difficulties. The live stream will be back up and running in just a couple of moments. We have 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning for Team Weir. Ashton Monitz-Witten, freshman, on the mound. Good back pick happening last play from Kyle Burks to Dylan Moran. The 0-1 to Croto. Curveball taken down. The 1-1 is another curveball. It was taken up high for a ball. 2-1 to Andrew Croto. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. We have a tie ball game at 1-1 apiece. Team Weir not scoring since the bottom half of the 1st. Team Mayo getting their run in the top half of this inning. Good take from Andrew Croto on another off speed, which brings the count to 3-1. Fastball is taken for a strike. It'll be 3-2. Full count, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th.
Right there.
And the pitch. Fastball outside taken for ball 4. Puts Croto on board with 2 outs. And the batter will be Aaron Zatanko. Looking to make something happen with 2 outs. And a runner on first. Good speed, and Andrew Croto. Ball in the gap could get him home. Or anything down the line.
Sorry about
Looking for
that,
a ball.
folks. We had some technical difficulties, but everything is back up and running. Foul off, 0-1. 2 outs in this bottom half of the 6th, and it is getting intense. Runner on first by a walk. Team Mayo looks to just get out of it and get their bats going again. That's a strike. 0-2.
A good mix from Monitz-Witten right there. See if he goes curveball a little down here. If he sticks with that fastball, tries to get him chasing.
We go 2-1, a slider away. Missed, but had a pitch to waste. Brings the count to 1-2. A check swing for ball 2. 2-2. Team Mayo disagrees with that call, but nonetheless, the count remains 2-2. Fouls that one off. Remains 2-2.
Good curveball from Monitz-Witten. there.
Curveball in the dirt. Strike 3. Tim Mayo gets him out of the inning, and Tim Mayo looks to add to the momentum as it is almost at peak. The score remains at 1-1 apiece. We'll be back with you for the top half of the 7th after this. Welcome back to the top half of the 7th. Dylan Moran to lead off the inning for Team Mayo. Takes ball 1.
Patrick Doyle on the mound for Team Weir, junior from LaGrangeville, New York.
As Moran hits it deep to left field. Gone! Dylan Moran, a solo shot in the top of the 7th, puts Team Mayo up 2-1. And when I said that Team Mayo had almost peak, and Dylan Moran just hits it and absolutely crushes it on the second pitch of the at-bat as he takes a strike. 0-1 to the next batter. Moran gives Team Mayo the lead and possibly the winning run.
A really good swing from Moran there. I think he got a slider. Hung up in the zone a little bit. Very, very good swing on it. He deserved it.
So the count goes to 2-1. Team Mayo hyped up. Team Mayo feels like they have all the momentum in the world right now as the count is 3-1. And draws the walk. Team Mayo's offense staying on fire. Walk with no outs. Leaves another opportunity for a run.
Brings up the top of the order, too, with Hackert. And you got Brennan Hyde lurking on deck. Don't want to get this thing to him. Probably going to have to, though.
If all three games were yesterday, this would not be how it goes. Pulled the bunt away for ball 1. Showed bunt, pulled back. Maybe you're gonna see a bunt to move the runner over the second. Shows bunt again. Got it down foul. Brings count to 1-1 on the foul ball.
Good strategy here, trying to sack bunt. See if he does it again.
Swings through that one. 1-2. Not bunt anymore.
Good 1-1 slider there.
You've seen the pitching staff from Team Weir really trust their off-speed pitch. Almost gets away and a good stop behind the plate. Prevents the runner from moving up on its own. And the defense behind the plate has been exceptional today. What do you think? What do you think, Donnie?
Absolutely. Defense has been very good today. Yeah, defense has been very good today for both teams, hence the 2-1 score. It's a good pitch from Doyle right there. Been a pitcher's duel pretty much all afternoon. Pitching's been really good as well.
It has been a pitcher's duel. Count goes to full with nobody out. Team Mayo's offense awakening last inning, carrying it over to this inning. As that's a strikeout, exactly what Team Weir needs. As it brings up Brandon Hyde, and this is a dangerous hitter at the plate when Team Mayo has a bunch of momentum on their side.
Yeah, they're going to try to work Brennan Hyde away all of this at bat. You can tell by that first pitch slider missing away. Nothing going to come inside to Brennan Hyde because next thing you know, it'll be over the scoreboard if it does. It's a good idea, good strategy here from Team Weir.
Changeup misses low, 2-0. And this is where Hyde gets even more dangerous. When they have to throw it over the plate, He was not afraid to swing on these 2-0 counts. So that pitch is outside, ball 3-0.
Probably going to have the green light here, 3-0.
I think it's. I slightly disagree with that, but if it's his pitch, I do agree with that. But I think they're going to try and slow the game down a little bit and take this pitch. As that misses for ball 4, 4 straight balls to get a walk for Brennan Hyde. Walks a runner into scoring position with 1 down. And in situations like these before, previous years, you've seen the team possibly bunt, but with 1 out. I don't think he's going to take the bat away from this batter. Gets a strike.
Another part of the lineup in Kleinhens where they're going to continue to work away. Nothing too good over the middle of the plate.
Kleinhans took the first pitch probably as 4 straight balls to his previous batters. He goes down 0-2. Now being attacked with 2 straight off speeds. Well, Kleinhans dangerous hitter with 2 strikes.
Good
Good
take,
eye to
really
take
good
that.
take.
A good slider away. Brings the count to 1-2. The ball gets away. Runners will move to out at second and third, and a single scores 2. A hit to the right side probably scores 1.
Yeah, as most of us know, no lead is safe in baseball. These 2 runs are going to be crucial for Team Mayo here in the bottom of or top half of the 7th.
Insurance runs would be great for Team Mayo. It's always better to pitch in a game that is not a 1-run game. There's multiple runs. Kleinhans continuing to fight. A count now 2-2. And insurance runs are always nice. They always give a little bit more confidence to the pitcher. Kleinhans works the count to 3-2. A full count, and Kleinhans has battled this at bat.
Yeah, after taking 2 strikes, going down 0-2 quickly, Kleinen's able to battle back, make it a full count. Now Pat Doyle's got to make a good pitch.
That's a strike 3. Kleinhans not happy. 2 outs. And it brings up the third baseman, freshman Charlie, to the plate, and a big opportunity to pitch mound visit. It will be a good time for a mound visit, settle the pitcher down. Second and third with 2 outs. Looked a little shaky in that last at-bat, but it got the strikeout. A much-needed strikeout for Team Weir. Starts off this batter after the mound visit with a strike down the middle for strike 1. Runners on second and third. Pitcher working quick and a good eye. 1-1. That is hit into center field. Caught at the track. But Team Mayo goes up by 1. And they're going to be looking to close it out and give Mayo his first World Series win as a coach. We'll be back with this nail-biter bottom of the 7th after this. Welcome back to this nail-biting action, the Game 3 of the Bison World Series. And, of course, it comes down to this. Team Mayo up 2-1 in the last inning. And Carl Miller, the perfect leadoff guy to start for Team Weir. It's a good second pitch. Brings it in for strike one. Brings the count to 1-1.
Not trusting that curveball big time. 2 straight.
Team Mayo looking to record their first Bison World Series victory of their coaching career. That's driven deep by Carl. That gets down. Carl will easily get to second. And what a start for Team Weir. The perfect start they needed. Carl Miller with a double in the right center field gap. And this is the batter they want up. Tip, who has been a killer in the Bison World Series, especially today in Game 2 and even Game 3, drove in the game so far. Weir's only run in the bottom of the first, looking to drive in another run to tie this game. Carl Miller on second with nobody out. The hottest hitter of the Bison World Series up at the plate. There's no better spot for Team Weir at this point. So he goes down with one strike. Pitcher gets ahead of Tip, which is what they're going to need to do if they want to get Tip out.
Yeah, just going to need a ball in play here to the right side, preferably get Carl Miller over to third with less than 2 outs for a tagging situation.
Tip fouls it off. Looks fair for a little bit, but it is 2 strikes, and this is where Team Mayo wants to be. A strikeout here shifts the momentum a little bit more towards Mayo's side, but momentum right now is towards Team Weir and the tying run with nobody out on second. The 0-2. Tip fouls it off. A good fight from Tip.
It's a very good defensive swing right there, down 0-2. Fighting off anything he can, choking up a couple inches, shortening up the zone a little bit.
Like you said, all he needs is a hit to the right side to move the runner over. He does that. Carl Miller will go to third. Tip grounds out to second, but does his job and gets the tying run to third with 1 out.
That's exactly what you wanted to do that at bat. Now you got a runner on third, less than 2 outs. Ball in the air here for Michael Lucci. We'll get the job done, get the game tied, possibly force extras. We'll see what happens. No lead. John Hawkins is safe in baseball.
No lead is safe in baseball, especially not a 1-0 lead. Starts out with the strike and exactly what Team Mayo needed. One thing that Team Weir does not need here is a strikeout. A hit to the right side scores Carl Miller and ties this game up. Good eye and takes ball 1. Fouls it off, and it is a 1-2 count, exactly where Team Mayo wants to be.
Hey, with a base open, can't be afraid to pitch around him here a little bit. You expand the zone a little bit if you're Monitz-Witt and try to get him chase. No harm with a walk.
Gets him chasing. Exactly what Team Mayo needed. Good play from Burks to make sure Carl stays at third. And it is 2 outs. And it doesn't get more intense than this. Tying run on third. 2 outs in the possible last inning of the Bison World Series. And up is Ty Gladue. Just misses on an off-speed outside for 1-0. As that's put in play, deep, caught in the left field, and Team Mayo wins their first Bison World Series. Coming back after dropping the first game, they win the next 2 and take the series 2-1 in a nail-biting finish. The winning run being Dylan Moran's solo home run in the top of the 7th. And Team Mayo beats Team Weir. Team Mayo claims his first victory of the Bison World Series. And Team Mayo wins by a score of 2-1. In the series win of 2-1. That's all we had for you folks today. Thank you for joining. We can't wait to start the season. Go Bucks, go Bison.